We're back today with the last episode of Factorio. I've done enough off-stream work that we should be able to beat the game today. What I would like to do is start by getting everything in place to launch the rocket, finish the game, and then spend the rest of the stream messing around with other stuff, the technologies I haven't touched yet, like laser turrets and the new logistics chests and rocket launchers and whatever we have time for, and then I'll end the stream by officially launching the rocket. I'm probably going to keep a separate save right before the rocket launches so that I can get a couple of the achievements that would be owed to me. I think there's one for not using laser turrets and one for not using logistics chests, so I'll probably make that save and then load to it to end the stream in a bit. But let's go ahead and get started here. I think the first thing that I need to do is build a rocket silo, so I got to see what all goes into that. Steam turbine. Beacons. Rocket silo, steel plates, processing units, electric engines, and concrete. Okay. I think I have concrete up here. Rocket silo doesn't seem like the kind of thing you're supposed to handcraft. Oh. Three more. Nevertheless, we're going to do it. Less of it has an extremely long processing time. 1,000 steel plates. Okay, 200 processing units. Easy. 200 electric engine units, so those are probably sitting in random boxes around the place. Let's see if I can get up to 200 easy. Thank you, logistics robots. Oh, do I not have any in chests? Oh, right. Person's turn. Oh, God, they're taking my steel and shit away. Shit. Let's set that to 1,000. Yep, I know. Fucking it up. There we go. Okay. Rocket silo, you can totally handcraft it. Wonderful. Now, is there any theory as to where the rocket silo should be relative to your factories? Should it be like on the end of one of the assembler lines? I assume I don't want it to be like in the way of my bus, so I still have room to expand the bus forward. And do you eventually end up running multiple rocket silos at once? I'm tempted to just like put it off to the west here somewhere. Just out of the way. Kind of like labs, basically. Oh, this thing's smaller than I was expecting. Okay, so it needs rocket control units, low-density structures, and rocket fuel. So low-density structures I'm already making. I'm just going to redirect those over here. So you basically need a shitload of plastic for this, seems like. Oops. Its movement speed is something else, something to get used to. Okay, and then rocket fuel is what? Solid fuel. Oh, I don't think I've made solid fuel before, and light oil. So is solid fuel just you can make it out of 3 different things? Is that why there's 3 different recipes for it? 4 productivity, 3 modules. Okay. I think I've got those. No, I guess you could just turn off the, you can hit Alt-E to turn off the exoskeleton, right? Efficiently made with light oil. Okay, thanks. Probably start doing this north because I've got plenty of room over here that I'm not using. I guess not as much room as I thought, but I wanted to go south. I got to start clearing out some of these pipes. Let's just go down here. That's fine. Could just delete the tanks. I like having tanks down here because it'll let me quickly check whether I was choked on anything. Because if I delete them, I lose whatever's currently in them, but whatever, it's fine. Just extend this out. Okay, and that's a chemical plant. If you have too much petroleum clogging things up, you can make it in a much more costly way with that. Okay. I think I'm okay on petroleum at the moment, but I'd have to double check once this is all done building here. So solid fuel, here we go. And then that's just something you pull out with an inserter, basically. And I can just keep a line of these and let's do. Sure. Flamethrower ammo. Oh, is it not a chemical plant? Is it an assembler? Solid fuel to rocket fuel is 1-to-1. Assembler. Okay. Okay, thank you. So I have no idea how much this is actually going to create, if it's a reasonable amount. I kind of just make 5 by default so I don't have to think about it. And then this has to redirect all the way up. So maybe I don't want to use blue belts for now. I'll swap it for red later. Vaguely reasonable, but might be a bit slow. How many are recommended? All the rocket components are very slow. Okay. I guess the low density materials aren't so bad, but it's a mess, but I don't care. I can always clean this shit up later. Explosives. Okay. Let's split right here. Are there any things that should be merged belts for this? I guess it doesn't really matter because the parts build inside of the silo, right? So you don't need to have a belt for output. All right, and then the last thing I need is rocket control unit, which is a blue processing unit and a speed module, which, lucky me, I already made a bus line for speed modules. Not because I was being smart, but just because I was being lazy and didn't want to think about it. So it is a speed module 1, right? Okay. On top of rail tracks. Does anyone come up with like a circuitry solution to not have trains run over you? Vanity circuit projects. That's a good way to put it. It's vanity. Rocket control. One thing I wish I had a better mind for was automating like assembler and inserter placements. It's because like how many inserters I need, whether I need extendo arms versus quick inserters versus which belt I want to input to and output from. I guess that's something that if you're really being careful with setting up everything, you would have a rule where output always goes to the topmost belt, so you always have a long inserter pointing up kind of a thing, which I certainly haven't been doing. All right, rocket parts. Did I have some fuel I was sitting on? Okay, I see that's pretty slow. So this will definitely, assuming I make no other changes, this is definitely going to finish before stream is done based on everything else I just did, right? Once it's done, I'm going to make a save file because I have done most of the playthrough without laser turrets or the new logistics chests. And I'd like to get those achievements. So I'll probably load that save, launch the rocket, and then come back to my main save and launch it again. Because I'm down to mess around with the other stuff in the meantime. Okay, so tech that I've unlocked but haven't used. And specifically tech that I've unlocked and haven't used that will not invalidate. I think those are the only 2 achievements I would otherwise qualify for. There's the nuclear process, which I haven't messed with at all. Yeah, there should be plenty from further down. Rocket launcher, Spidertron. Spidertron is, oh Jesus. It requires a raw fish. What? It's funny. Okay. Guess I can't get that to 150. That's fine. Efficiency module 3. Yikes. I may have made some efficiency module 2s. Got to set it up right away if we want to see it on stream. Oh, if we get to it, we get to it. I'm not. The initial 0.3% yield is going to get me. It's fair. So I only need 2 of them. So I could just handcraft them. It's not that big of a deal. 16 rocket control units. Portable fusion reactors. I'm surprised the portable fusion reactor is as low effort as it is. I was expecting to have to work a lot harder for something like that, like having to fuel it or something. We need to get more low density. Spidertron's kind of a one-time craft thing anyway, I take it. Okay. Raw fish, rocket control. How many rocket control did I just pick up? 25. I'll just plop them in there when I'm done with the rest of this. It's fine. Okay, so rocket fuel is definitely my problem right now. So maybe I'll add some more of those while I'm working on this stuff handcrafting. Rocket launcher. Oh, it's easy. There's 4. And then exoskeletons. 4. Portable fusion reactors from Iteration Sickness. It used to require enemy drops, as well as top tier tech. Okay. So it's just like an amazing solar panel now that works at night. That's fair. That makes sense. Oh shit, I didn't mean to cut. Oops. Okay, no in-engine support for armor modules using fuel of any kind. Oh, interesting. So do they have it now? So I guess part of the issue here is that if petroleum gas is choked, that's going to choke how much light oil can flow to these machines, right? And I can very briefly, but not permanently, address that problem by building extra petroleum gas tanks, but it's not going to last longer than a couple minutes. I'd instead have to find some other. What's a pretty standard thing to burn excess petroleum gas on? Make it right here. Too low. Hopefully that's fine. I assume the rocket fuel takes quite a bit longer to make than the. You said it's 1-to-1, right? All right. So while I was handcrafting stuff, now I can handcraft the Spidertron. Awesome. Oh right, I forgot I could just click Spidertron and it would handcraft the prerequisites. That's fine. And then rockets for the rocket launcher are explosives, iron plates, and electronic circuits. Should probably get a machine making chemical plants. Oops. I don't use them super often, that I've been okay with handcrafting them. Definitely have this thing where my movement speed is so high on concrete that I keep like getting stuck in my machines. Definitely still not enough light oil. Take it, it probably means I need to burn more excess petroleum on solid fuel. Spidertron, what is your deal? Accepts equipment. It's like a... That's pretty awesome. So this is a little bit... Well, it's quite a bit slower than what I was using before. Does this just have like rocket launchers on it or something? Is it an easily mobile tank for fighting biters or something? I guess I need to get rockets for it, don't I? Start working on that. It's pretty cool looking. Oh, really? So you can give it like shields, and do exoskeletons make it move faster then? Auto targeting. Oh, and it can work as a turret, even if the vehicle's empty. Interesting. What powers it? Can it just drive on its own? It doesn't need fuel? And it has its own logistics. Oh, that's cool. And can be remote controlled. Huh. So what's a sample use case for using its separate logistics menu? So those electric engine units. Remote controlled outpost builder. Oh, that's smart. Reduce the collision around buildings so you can squeeze through them. Even if it was just a couple pixels on all sides, that would help with that issue. Now it needs its own power source too, right? For things that are in the equipment grid. Send it out full of construction materials to build something. Call it home to restock periodically. So it'll have construction robots will flow out of it to build stuff around it. It's like an extra player in that regard. And it can have roboports. That's pretty cool. Nice. So does every Spidertron you build work like that? Can you have a whole bunch of AI controlled spider bots that you send around, or does it only support one at a time, given that they all have a complicated logistics setup? Yeah, I'm working on that now. I was just trying to get some fusion reactors built here. This thing's pretty cool, though. I dig it. Setting each one up as an investment. Gotcha. Okay, so if I want explosive rockets, I need regular rockets anyway, so I may as well start by making regular rockets. Guess I don't have any other lines where I would run explosives, so I'll just run it off my existing line for cliff explosives. Seems fine. This box is already full. Wonderful. I love just going into the map and pulling up remove cliff and just doing this. It was gorgeous. All right, let's see. Yeah, I can expand the explosives line down at the bottom. It's all connected into the bus like everything else, so. Although weirdly, it looks like explosives production got screwed up somewhere. Let me try to figure out what's going on with that. Because of me moving petroleum around? Probably. Making all this solid fuel. Oh, really? That's extremely unexpected. Okay. So it's choked with coal. I haven't needed coal in a while because I switched to electric furnaces. Where's the coal unload? Huh. Stop is inaccessible from current position. Well, that's an issue. Must be when I did the double lane, I didn't connect this part. All right, well, I gotta go fix that. I think there's probably a coal field near here that I could just port it. Now, there's one like right over here, which is honestly probably easier than fixing my train. So I think that this one's running out anyway. But I'll go fix the train. It's probably worth it. It should be easy to do. I think I just have to get it so that it's exiting onto the proper track here. No path. I think what the easiest way. I mean, I could just make one that goes on here and hope that it doesn't result in a collision later on. It's probably bad practice, but I don't care at the moment. Extend the existing team. I haven't done anything like that so far. Just make another one of these, basically. Will that let it get to the appropriate track? Well, no, that can't go the right way. I don't remember getting that. Let me see if I can find it. Like this, basically, and just have it go straight. Oh, I get it. I see why that works. Okay, that makes sense. I see what it's doing. So now it's going to go up and around. Okay, thank you. Oh, I see. It made me make an extra rocket launcher because one of them went into my equipment. So that should get coal down here. Fix my supply issue from a second ago. Let me get, I think I needed green circuits and iron plates. How's our rocket doing? Check it out real quick. Fuel is the bottleneck. Is that pretty typical for fuel to be the bottleneck? You need way more facilities for that. One explosive. So since it's one explosive, one green circuit, and it's a 10-second craft time, I can probably merge the explosives and green circuit belts. Okay. Oh, and I already have an iron line here from Cliff Explosives, so I'll just repurpose that. Good practice. This should be a red chest, not a yellow chest. Okay. Rocket fuel works in trains and makes them go faster. Interesting. So you just run your rocket fuel line near your train loading stations, basically. I could just like run it through here instead of coal, have it pass into the locomotives. I guess it would be slow because it would have to fill. You can't limit how much fuel these are allowed to take, right? So many problems with that. Yeah, I guess if I had set that up earlier, then they were already all full of rocket fuel. That'd be nice, but no, it only stacks in tens. Okay. So, given a set amount of crude coming in, let me know if this is the right way I should be thinking about this. Since crude's not tapped out up here, that means I can probably make more light oil. How do I tell if the reason I'm making too little light oil is because I'm stuffed on petroleum gas, or I just need to run more refineries? While I'm asking, let me craft some here. The tanks are a useful idea for gauging where your bottlenecks are. Okay, so they're not completely full of petroleum gas. The light oil is here, and the storage tank is right at 20k, which is our pump setting. So that suggests, so long as these don't all say 25k, then I can do more refineries. But if they say 25k, then I have to repurpose the gas for something. More machines making the actual fuel. Well, I think the problem is they're starved for light oil, right? Refineries. Okay, thanks. I do like the way pipes work here, that you can just extend these out and not have to stress about specific placement. If I overdo it, some of these just aren't going to run, right? Because there's going to be too much petroleum gas at the output. Like the light oil is solid fuel machines. Just deleting them in place is fine, you think? And leave all the pipes that are there? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was wondering if I needed to delete them because I assume that if the belt is full with solid fuel from it being made from petroleum gas, doesn't that mean that the light fuel plants will just stop running temporarily and the light fuel will be able to get used for the rocket fuel? Or is it still like filling up those assemblers or chemical plants unnecessarily? You know, now they're all running at capacity, so that's good, but probably want to make even more of them. If I got it so that the belt sides were merged, if I like ran a splitter somewhere, would it achieve what I was talking about, where I could just have the light oil facility set up, and it would only use them as needed when petroleum gas gets light? I kind of just want to say screw it. Build more of these guys, though. Oh shit. Gotcha. Oh, does that not line up correctly? Oh shit, I didn't realize that. That's not going to work. So move this here. Wait, that should be fine, actually. There's no benefit to underground pipes and there's no tiles in between. I figured it made sense to do that little T-shape with the underground pipes, though, just for copy and paste purposes, in case I need to place them at least one tile further away. Yeah, I see what your point is. The gap is only here because these were previously light oil to solid fuel refineries, and I didn't want to replace the pipe gaps in case I replace them again with those refineries. They're all working now, though, so that's nice. How many of these am I making right now? 36 rocket fuel per minute. Climbing with the other stuff I just made. Yeah, yikes. It's a bit of a bottleneck. Rockets need to carry oxidizer in the fuel to combust. They need binders to hold their shape. Using rocket fuel in air-breathing engines like trains makes no sense. Okay. Well, I wouldn't mind trying to make enough of it that I start putting them in trains, but I just don't want to slow things down too much. How many would I need to match the production rate that I have going for blue circuits and low density materials? And I guess blue speed modules. I guess I'd have to review what the production rates are for those. I do 23.7 per minute speed modules and blue circuits 49.2. Oh, really? I guess I wasn't sure on what the ratios were in here. Is it? That should show me down here, right? Is it 10-10-10? Solid fuel is not manufactured solid. It's a slurry that's cast directly into rocket bodies. 1:1:1. Okay, so production per minute should tell me. Okay, so with all those adjustments, rocket fuel should be fine now. Gotcha. Oh, because the belt is full? All right, well, I'll let it run. That looks good. Oh god, what is happening up here? No! The fuck is this? So I'm gonna clear the fault real quick and then see if I can figure out what the hell happened. Is that all the problem is? They're just too close to each other? Is it because this... Let me see if I can understand. Is it because this segment is too short that a train could get locked in it? Is there any way I can fix it by changing the signals, or does the intersection width have to increase? These ones here need to be chained instead. Do I still need rail signals somewhere else? I guess this counts as one big butt of the train extends from the previous intersection. Okay. So think of this as like one big intersection now. Make them chain bands trains from stopping there, but this still works, this still works. This still works, this still works. Okay, glad that that's fixed. These all aren't all running, right? Okay, because petroleum gas is capped now. So petroleum gas is capped and light oil is starting to build up. Then this is something that I struggle with in this game, that because of the way belts work and because of the way everything else works, you can make an error and not know about it for minutes because there was enough fluid still in the pipes or enough items still on the belt or whatever to delay the impact. So I think I'm now enjoying the benefit of having all of these extra refineries and could rebuild my light oil to solid fuel and extend these down the line if I wanted to. Yeah, give me a call when Destiny 2 find some way to reclaim their old content. I don't think I can ever play it so long as it's constantly removing stuff from the game. Petroleum's still effectively full. Oh, because it's not draining. I think I see what you're saying. And light oil is doing way better now. I guess as it's not mostly being used by chemical plants. Regarding modules, so I have effectively unlimited green modules, but that's really just pollution. Am I at a stage in the game here where it makes sense to start? Because like I noticed that green assemblers can take up to 4 modules, and I imagine you can combine them in such a way that you get all the benefit with little of the drawback. Tank to tank to tank links aren't efficient. Really, if you just have a single pipe between them, I guess that makes sense. It's like a pressure thing. Oh, you know, this is all in the service of making rockets. Are regular rockets fine? Should I upgrade them into explosive rockets? It looks like that requires more explosives throughput. Pump from tank to tank. Okay. Yeah, I don't even want all of these. I just set this up so that I could quickly relieve a pressure problem I was having earlier for like a minute and a half. Regular ones are single target. Will that get in the way of my no defense turrets achievement? I guess I could. I mean, I like ending the stream. Does it play credits when you launch the rocket, or does it just give you like a victory screen? Because I could always save, launch it, get my achievements, immediately load back, and then just launch again at the end of stream after playing with all the other upgrades. No credits. Okay. Guess I probably already have enough rockets to try these out now. Don't put laser turrets on the ground and you'll get the achievement. So I haven't used the laser turrets because I hadn't done so on stream and I didn't want to explore new gameplay loops off stream. But if my intuition is correct, what they do is they effectively, once you've got power to the point like I do with this ridiculous number of solar panels, you now trivialize the defense of your entire perimeter, right? Because as long as you have your electricity grid running along your perimeter, you just place laser turrets along the whole thing. And because they don't need ammo, they just draw on your electricity. You're just defended forever. Is there a catch to that? Do they need to be behind walls or something? And you don't need to go seek out biters anymore because your edges of your grid are pretty much safe for the rest of the game. Provided that you have tons of electricity bandwidth for it. Walls and roboports for repairs. Makes sense. I did not know. Okay. Is there a switch active weapons button? I've ever had to do that. That's pretty nice. And that's out of range of the worm spit. So it feels like that's a little bit slower than turret hopping, but that's only now that I have crazy movement speed and crazy fire speed and attack speed. Big worms can barely range on you at max rocket range, but it's also easy to just run around and attack them at the sides. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, so I think that I'm at a point. I think this all got fast forwarded in the off stream recording, but just to kind of demonstrate how stupid regular turrets are right now. Part of it is just moving so fast that getting slowed down by the spit accomplishes basically nothing. You just melt through them. It's much safer before you have the silly move speed. Let's see. 0.88. Maybe it'll happen before the end of stream. I see. Yeah, I started to get really panicked about pollution. I was getting really annoyed playing off stream because my cloud kept triggering little aggro events. And it's like with construction robots, it's easy enough to just make it there, kill the thing, and let them rebuild stuff. But the, I don't know, disruption to my mental task list was frustrating enough that I was like, I just don't want the cloud to be so big that it's aggroing things constantly. So I went hard on replacing with solar and putting efficiency modules and everything. Artillery, is that something that only launches from vehicles? Do I need multiple turrets or just the one turret and then ammo for it? Cannon shells. Is artillery turret the, or no, it's like a train wagon basically? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm on it. Hold on. Where you at, robots? The robot view does show you your personal robots, by the way. I don't know if that was in there when I first unlocked personal robots, but they're green on the map in case you forget one. You have to turn that on, though. Artillery wagon. So that just goes on a train. I guess I'll use a section of train that I'm not using, or a section of track that I'm not using for loading anything. When are they going to add nuclear subs to this game? Can I manually make any artillery just to check it out? Technically, yes, but I need explosives. I tried popping in there and I didn't see where a range indicator was. I'll head back over to it in a second. Hold on. Artillery targeting remote. Cannon shell. Oh, these are the same, almost the same recipe, but one is AoE and the other one's not. Okay. Oops. No, I was gonna go load the cannon shells. Oh, I see. They don't stack it all outside the wagons. Artillery. What do the cannon shells go into? Is that a separate thing that I haven't built yet? Turret coverage. Oh, geez, that's what that is. So I can, like, tell it to shoot something from there? Huh. That's pretty awesome. Cannon shells for the tank. Let me see if I can find artillery shell. I see. Oh, has radar. All right, I'll give this a try. That sounds kind of fun. Will these fire automatically? That's the auto target range. Holy crap. So you can station these around the edges of your map. How far? Just the biters that got attacked, or all biters within a longer range than normal? Let me get close to it so I can see the effects. Oh, interesting. And I can also just place artillery as long as I'm within range of it. I don't have to do it from the map screen. Basically calling a strike, effectively. Oh, I can see it on the map there. That's awesome. That's wonderful. Big fan. Yeah, thanks for making me check that out. That's cool. Mm-hmm. So now, if you've got a wagon with 100 of them, if you've automated the artillery production, you can just kind of run around the edges of the map and click all of the nests and just take them out, right? It's pretty cool. So is there an agreed upon, like, for lack of a better word, it seems like, unfortunately, there's a lot of redundant military tech that all kind of achieves the same end of kill biters or defend from biters. I don't know if the devs have any plan to add, like, it would be cool to me if there were ones that you needed to use fire on or needed to be taken out with artillery strikes. I guess it's kind of a sandboxy thing that it lets the player decide, how do I want to deal with this, and you have all these different options, but it's unfortunate to me that so much of the other technology is directly dependent on each other. You know, I ought to learn how to use this so that I can use this, and then most of the military tech, like, cancels each other out. Bunkers, the train stop and laser turrets, call the wagons out, kill the biters. Right, because you can even tell the trains to move remotely, right? Oh, geez. This thing's almost done, isn't it? Preparing. Now I have to trigger the launch, right? I guess after it launches, I'll load that save, keep playing, and then I want to try to launch it with satellites to get space science, is that right? It's cool. Are there any fun achievements I can do before I launch it? Auto launch if you make satellites. It's a joke achievement for launching a fish. Okay. I'll do this one more time at the end of the stream. It's a cool animation. Whoa. Is it actually just traveling, like, up? I guess there's a shadow for it. Finish the game. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Win the game without laser turrets. Win the game without building active provider. Buffer chests. I guess I don't need to load the save now that I have the achievements, right? Because there's my victory. I guess if I wanted to end on a victory screen, but it's just a quick dismissible thing, so I don't mind continuing to play after that. I'll just make sure I launch another one with satellites at the end of stream. Did the thing. That was cool. I like So Long, Thanks for All the Fish. It's a good Douglas Adams reference. So satellites are... Oh, Jesus. Okay. Accumulators, really. And this is how you get the science that gives you the infinite technologies. Beat Factorio. Wasn't so bad. Okay, well now I want to check out the other stuff that I was holding off on. So laser turrets are one of them. I guess I kind of want to just see how they work, what sort of range to expect from them. Batteries. 1,000 space science per satellite. And oh, Jesus. So to get even one of these upgrades, I would need 60,000 space science. Oh, wait. I guess the follower robot count is cheaper. But even that. So definitely not getting that to stream. If I were to launch a rocket with satellites on it, it wouldn't get me any tech. Time per cycle. Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, I would be living for worker robot speed. I honestly don't give a shit about any other, maybe the mining productivity, but. So given that I had all the other science, I could do 2 of those per rocket launch. Let's try laser turrets. Probably have to extend out my electrical network. Although you're not really supposed to use laser turrets offensively, right? They're just to defend the edges of your base. Cost goes up linearly. And then eventually it's only limited by whether your CPU can support the madness. I certainly wasn't playing efficiently when I was doing off-stream play, and that was by design. Oh, it looks like they have longer range. Also looks like they're slower than bullet turrets. What kind of power spike am I seeing from that, though? Would show as laser turret on this list, wouldn't it? Oh, here they are. Okay. So my current accumulator network should more than cover it, but it's not insignificant, basically. Longer range at lower individual DPS. You can still definitely see the benefit of just building them everywhere. All along the edges of the base, just so that I don't have to worry about, like, belting ammo. So you do it around the cloud as opposed to around the base proper. I haven't messed around with any sort of extreme wall placement. I mean, this is the extent of the walls I've placed in the whole game. Speed 3 modules. So fast. Well, before I do that, I'm actually crazy excited about these other logistics chests. It was painful to not try to use them off stream. So I think I get these just from looking at them, but let me know if I have the right idea. Purple provider chests actively want to send items away from them to other chests. And requester chests are the opposite. They actively want to receive items from other chests. Now, will bots take... I get that they'll take things from purple chests to blue chests, but will they take things from red chests or yellow chests to blue chests? So I guess you could use this because I have this stupid RoboPort network that's way too big. I should have a bunch of small bases. But I could kind of try to correct for that by having chests that spread my materials evenly across different sections of the base using that, right? Purple chests are self-emptying and are a narrow use case. So purple are a narrow use case in the same way that red is a narrow use case, that yellow will do the job. But okay, so let me try to wrap my head around this. Red is, you want this to be the end of your production line so that your bots attempt to pull things from yellow chests before red chests, because that way they're not forcing your production line to make more things unnecessarily. They'll only take from the red chest and force your production line to work again if they have no other options. Purple is something a bot-based facility may never need. You think red is essential? I guess maybe once blue comes into the picture. Red is don't bring anything here. Yeah, so what's green? Green's called a buffer chest. Request items be available for personal logistics and automated construction. So this would be like if I had this plan to spread my logistics boxes across the whole base, since I have one giant Roboport base, this would be where I have like several points that get filled up with green circuits or red ammo or whatever, so that they try to spread them across different parts of the base at the same time. Let's use stage items for bots to carry further. So this helps to solve the problem of the bots having to travel too far then. I guess while the rocket's continuing to make new rockets, let me try to get satellites running. How many satellites do you need to launch in order to get space science? Just the one? Green's the most recent chest type to be introduced. And if I wanted to have a bots-only factory, basically I would just have purple chests next to my assemblers, and the inserters would grab the items out of the purple chests. Or not purple, I'm sorry. Was it blue? The requesters. So instead of having belts, so I guess maybe I'd have a belt, and then an inserter would pull the items out of the blue chest onto the belt. Is there like literature on if one is better or worse or roughly the same? Like having an entirely robot run network. I guess it gets better the faster your robots are, but every single machine has a blue chest for input and a red one for output. Oh, interesting. Huh. I guess that's contrary to my intuition I've developed so far, that one chest, multiple items, one belt. Okay, well, let's work on satellites. This is going to be a bitch, isn't it? I could probably handcraft one, actually, just so I have one for the next launch. I feel like automating them is going to be something if I keep playing this game off stream. Oh, that could be fun. Yeah, sure. Why don't we do that? I like that idea. How many? I can pull up that calculator, but like, what ratio of assemblers would I need for making all this stuff? Yeah, let's try setting it up here. Just one satellite machine. Okay. So just for fun, let's start messing around with this. because I already have a lot of loose crap everywhere, and just like the prospect of being able to automatically use loose crap makes me extremely happy. So I have to say, oh wait, you don't. I didn't realize you could put multiple items in the same chest. That changes everything. I thought I was gonna have to have one chest per input ingredient. Oh really? Oops. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Shift right click, left click. I didn't see it change color there. That's beautiful. And then you can tell specific ones to request from buffer chests. Okay, so that doesn't default to checked, so you want the ones to request from buffer chests when they're on the end of your buffer line, I take it. Make sure this is resoundingly in range of everything, right? This is, I love this. This is the greatest thing that anyone has ever said or done. And is one inserter enough? I guess, should it be a stack inserter? Custom buffer checkbox also gives chest priority over any competing requests for the same items. Oh, okay. So if there were buffer chests, it would use those first, basically. One stack inserter would be fine. I have one at the end of the line here for the extra. I'm trying to think if this makes sense, so give me a sec to think about my question I'm about to ask. If I put 2 red chests at the end of this line of rocket fuel and low density structures, that means that as long as the rocket is saturated, it will try to make satellites. I guess you probably want to make a separate line for it, but this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I don't even have a machine making radar dishes, do I? I guess I could just set that up over here. What all goes into a radar dish again? Iron plate, gear wheels, electronic circuits. Stack limit the red chests. Sure. I see what you're saying. So how how bad a practice is it to have red chests all along the end of my bus line? Or yeah, I mean, I guess I could always dismantle them if I extend my bus to make traditional factories later, because I kind of just want to have red chests everywhere here, so I don't have to think about routing things anymore. This is the greatest thing. I guess I could just literally put them at the end of the line too. That way I can like make a blueprint out of it and cut them when I want to extend the bus. I think I'm doing okay on power. I was running peak bots for a while. Just getting all this this concrete down. You can set conditions on inserters based on what's in logistics storage, and that will look at all logistics storage that's networked together, basically. This is bad practice, but I kind of just want to do it, so I'm going to start doing it. When you copy and paste a chest, does it remember your stack limitations? It does. That's nice. 2 is probably fine. Beautiful. Okay, and that's easy enough for me to dismantle later to make it pretty later, but... And I'm going to do the thing you were talking about getting the speed... It was a speed module 3 and productivity module 3? But give me a quick second here. And beacons, right? Okay, so... Radar... Loot chest... Red chest. Bots coming? Now this uses logistics bots, right? Not construction bots. Okay, so I probably want to bring some of these down here real quick. And they're still trying to empty my old cache of yellow chests in the center of my base, which I guess once they successfully empty all of those, they'll more appropriately use the stuff from the bus. Okay. I think this would completely be my style. Like, I'd want to go and effectively replace almost everything with this style of construction, even if it's worse than belts. And then I'd want to just go hard on robot speed. I guess I wish there was a technology or a way to force robots to try to load balance across your network. Because once you have bajillions of them, they just try to rest in whatever the nearest roboport that's available is after they finish their delivery, right? $10 to $20 of each. Yeah, I do have Prod 3 modules in labs, that's true. Alright, so once this is producing satellites, I can just do the same thing and have a requester chest here with satellites. And it's one satellite per launch, right? You can use inserters to move bots out of roboports and load balance them yourself via belts or requester chests. Oh, right on. So, I guess maybe this one's running, but it's waiting for bots to get here first. God, the chests are the worst. I thought I did. Maybe I didn't confirm it. There we go. There it goes. Thank you. Oh, and these guys don't stack, so I don't need to stack limit this. Don't care that it's missing the material for construction. So I guess the rocket control units are my issue now, aren't they? Rocket parts. Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I never actually had I built a temporary fast inserter factory forever ago and made enough that it lasted for like 50 hours and then completely forgot about it. Oh god, is there mic issues? Let me try restarting RTX 1 second. Yeah, if anyone notices artifacting or crackling from my mic, please tell me as soon as possible because it drives me crazy. It's something that I didn't have a problem with in my old noise removal software. It does happen with RTX, and it's very annoying. I'm hoping when I do a stream rebuild after COVID that, or stream PC rebuild, it'll mitigate that issue. But that's a ways off. If it's not crackling or pops, there is a known Twitch issue with transcodes where sometimes you have to refresh and switch transcodes to source and back to whatever you were using. Okay, beacons. Twissue. Yeah, it's frustrating because I think the whole cell of RTX voice is supposed to be this uses your graphics card. And it's a stream PC, so it's not using the graphics card at all, but it actually is somewhat CPU intensive. Just kind of frustrating. I hope it's something that they're able to modify in the future. It's much better noise removal tech than my old tech, but the CPU issue is a big one. Beacon, here we go. Is like one stack of beacons going to be enough for this demonstration? Then we want to make speed module 3, productivity module 3. Let me just make a blueprint for this blue chest assembler red chest setup. Oh, even after you adjust it? That's why it's getting the wrong items here. Okay, thanks for the heads up. Try to listen to it. Hold on. You might hear it on stream. Let me try muting desktop audio. Yeah, sorry, I don't hear it in that clip. Did you try listening at different transcode settings? Or does anyone else hear it on Kami's clip? All right. Speed module 2. Actually, let me clear these. You can't clear a recipe, right? Oops, I don't actually need those. It's fine. Damn it. Did it again. Probably want to make a facility that's making the blue and red chests since I have cause to use them now. What would be super cool is if you could do this paste thing and then have it remember that it should be drawing from whatever is here, but that seems complicated. I guess let's go ahead and do blue chests. I know you could change it. I didn't think you could remove the existing recipe. I don't think I actually have anything making crates. Always have 50 of these and 50 of these. So we want speed dose. We want... I know this isn't perfect, but... Oh, I see the problem is. If I paste those, I keep the recipe. Okay. But it's very low effort, which is... I'm a fan. Especially if something that I can tear down easily later on if I change my mind about it. It's a big advantage. You said it's fine for each one, even though I have 3 factories here, it would be fine to have each of them have their own red output chest instead of having a belt here that goes to a single chest. I guess that makes sense if I think about it. And productivity as well. If you're concerned about buffering too many products, you set the logistics condition on the output inserters. Sure. 2 stacks of beacons. Okay. Oh, a stack is only 10. All right. Yeah, this is lovely. Like, it's not perfect, but the fact if I need a quick factory for something I want to try out, I can just make it. That's so awesome. I don't have to worry about routing belts around and everything else associated with that. I think I definitely going to want to shore up logistics robot production. So what's the best way? I know you're saying that there's a way to do automatic load balancing on your roboports. It seems like that's pretty space intensive because you'd have to run belts everywhere. Well, I guess not necessarily, right? Could you do a combination of blue, green, and red chests in order to move bots around? I guess there's no logic on the roboport that says how many to pull out. Because you can't like put an X here and say only fill half of this, right? So ideally I want every roboport to have half logistics bots, half construction bots, I think. I'm really excited for when my base chests run out, because these robots, I mean, look at this shit. They're having to travel. How's my electricity usage? Fine. How much has it spiked? Not that bad. I guess my problem is because I have such a huge map. Yeah, I wonder if I think I'd ask this question. What shape should I be envisioning for buffer chests? Because I'm imagining having like buffer chests for all the necessary items basically all around the base at all the different corners and the center, and then just count on the robots to constantly move them in between them. My production is bottlenecked on a roboport charging capacity. So I noticed off stream that the robots are pretty stupid when it comes to charging. Like, I tried to deal with it here when I had that big concrete temporary setup. I tried just making 1 million roboports on the hope that after they picked up the concrete, if they ran out of power, they would try to equally divide themselves among ports to charge. But instead, they would pick like one roboport over here, and they would all circle around it and wait for it to become free. I'll use buffer chests in specific spots to move items you know are needed in those areas. Is there a good way to add additional roboports so that they're charging less stupidly? Is it honestly based on the destination they're going to that affects it? Does it just need to be, double roboports everywhere where I have a single roboport right now, instead of trying to have these big charging hubs? Once a robot queues to charge, it will never go up. And it queues to charge the moment it runs out of power on its flight path. I guess that suggests that there need to be 2 or 3 or 4 roboports like everywhere that I have space for them. Oh, right. I don't need this to be this full. I thought when I was copy pasting, I was copying the limiters. Fix my blueprint here in a second. Extra roboports around production areas and storage. So these ones are pretty much just going to get used up automatically. Shift click can copy slot limits. Okay. Thanks. It'll be easy to dismantle later on too when I need the space back. I've definitely had that problem before with clouds of bots circling roboports. Oh, I'm ready to launch. Okay, I guess I'll just do it. May as well do auto launch with cargo. And it will only ever load one satellite at a time, basically? Output chest for space side. Okay, that makes sense. If you don't unload the science for the next launch, it's forfeit. Yikes. Yeah, I was about to switch to one. And is it fine for me to just go use request your chest for the space science rather than belting it up here? Oh, I guess this is problem. Well, no, I've got a room for another belt. Multiple stack inserters. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. So then get a stack. Committed to cleaning up these labs and never did. I'm just gonna pretend like that never happened. And get that speed upgrade I'm excited about. Worker robot speed. Ooh-wee, they're coming. Probably want to make more logistics robots here. Hey, and we're back to researching. Big fan. What's the ratio on space science to... I guess it doesn't matter because there's only so much you can be getting per launch, right? Pull up that cheat sheet. Science. One rocket per 13 minutes. Sorry, I meant like how, and I guess my question's nonsensical because it's like you want to have 5 red assemblers to 7 green assemblers to 5 military assemblers to 12 blue assemblers to 7 purple and yellow assemblers, I think it is, in order to match the consumption rate, right? So if I wanted to match the rate of the single silo, I would have to significantly shore up production rates on every other type of science, right? Space science isn't going to be the issue, basically. It's probably fine, actually, to make sure that I see why you might want to have this be one only for the future. Okay, I'm trying to make more logistics bots here. Although I guess I can tell if I actually need any, right? When I hover over a roboport and it says logistics number out of number, if that said 0 out of 6724, then my bottleneck would be not enough robots, right? Because it's so close to being full, that's not the issue. Oh, thank you. That's weird that you can set it to 0. Thanks. Oh, what's this train doing? Are you high? Oh, it's trying to get into the same... Okay, no, it's fine. This is fine. Oh yeah, okay. You're getting prod module 3s. So I got my 2 stacks of beacons. I'm getting speed and prod module 3. See if there's anything else that I would just like to have extras of. Yeah. Flamethrower turret. Is the Spidertron remote a one-time thing? You just need to have one of them. One remote per Spidertron. Okay, that makes sense. Definitely don't need more bots. Oh, that's cool. I like Sentinels in the multiverse. Oh, I had to connect it to this thing. Oh, interesting. Ha! That's amazing. So if I load it up with rockets, I can just... Will it do a decent job of fighting biters on its own, or will it get its ass kicked without a bunch of upgrades? Can it draw extra ammo from its trunk as well? I guess maybe you give it a personal roboport, and then you give it a bunch of robots and a bunch of repair packs, and then its robots can come out and repair itself. Probably needs explosive rockets to do well. Sure. It's pretty neat. Oh wow, it can actually move through the... Can it move over usually blocked terrain like that? So I don't think I can move through those solar panels under normal conditions. Oh, they're doing it as a superhero TTRPG. That's even more interesting. Right on. Spidertron is a 1.0 edition. Okay. I really like the concept of Spidertron. It's pretty cool. Okay, this thing should stop eating rocket fuel now. I imagine they'd have to do that. Like, I feel like making a new setting with superheroes is so hard. Like, what do you do for speedsters? Fucking DC has like 9 Flash villains that use up every good speedster name possible. Its legs are tiny. It'll squeeze them into gaps intelligently. It can cross small water gaps. Oh, that's cool. Let me try this centrifuge thing. So before I build the centrifuge, I assume I have to go find a uranium field. And I think I have to run sulfuric acid to it, don't I? May as well be that one, I guess. See if there's a better one. The centrifuge acts like an assembler. Centrifuge. 10 of them, okay. Yeah, there's one here and one here. 3.7 million, 2.9 million, 4.6 million. That's all I can see. I think I'm running... I do have to pipe sulfuric acid there, right? Oh, are fluid wagons better for that than just running the pipe there? I guess... Let me think about this question for a second. If I have a train that is there to transport mined uranium, which I guess I'm planning on transporting it and not processing it on site, so let me know if that's wrong. But can I have the same train station and setup for delivering sulfuric acid as I do for moving the uranium? Fluid wagons are to pipes as regular wagons are to belts. They're high throughput, intelligent routing. So is it like with the fluid wagon, you like have you have a setup that unloads all of the acid from the train into like a tank? I wouldn't mind checking it out soon, but I think for now I'm just gonna pipe the acid there. It seems silly given that this game's all about thinking and optimization, but I put a pretty high premium on solutions that don't require me to think too much. I'll probably have to run a pump somewhere at the start of this line to get everything going down. I ended up having to do that with my oil fields way far to the north. It's too high. It's easy to get out of control when you forget how fast you run. Sure. Yeah, I kind of just want to scope it out right now. I would like to see how nuclear works, even if it's slow and miserable right now. So I like that, despite it being abstracted, obviously, because it's a video game, that it's not just mine radioactivium, get nuclear power. Once you have a station for loading sulfuric acid onto a train, you can use that to feed as many mines as you care to hook up to your rail network. Sure. So, if I understand pipes correctly, pumps correctly, putting a pump at the very start of a line, like right where the sulfuric acid is coming from, is basically pointless, right? I would want to increase pressure earlier in the line, but not right at the very start of it. And it might be that I don't even need one here, because this seems fine. So we'll see how much we end up having to use. Get a tank to empty into the pipeline properly. Okay. So is it that you now have a miner, and the miner has to have... Oh, there's pump jacks on here. I did not notice those before. That's cool. Cool. Very flavorful. Imagine getting the pipe shape right for this is kind of a pain in the butt. That's cool. Since it doesn't need them for any other thing. Oh, really? They'll automatically connect to each other? That's nice. So, like, if I have one here, fantastic. Big fan. I want to have the whole patch covered, basically. Okay. Let me get these guys restocked. Hold on. Is this way outside of my Roboport network? Kind of. Okay. No, I could just do these as a grid, but just do the uranium processing here. Okay. Yeah, give me a sec. Finish setting all these guys up. That's too big of a gap. No, I was right. That's wonderful. How much acid is effectively getting used here, though? Oh, the substations will interrupt the flow. Need to feed both sides. Sure. So if I replace them with... So your crowns accomplish nothing when they're one tile apart, right? Sec, I'll fix everything else in a second. Should have just put that on the blueprint when I set them down. Now, if I don't have a substation in the way, then I don't need to worry about it. Okay. Do have an issue with the double substation here, though, don't I? We're just not going to be able to reach the center one. Okay, I'll try to figure it out in a second. I guess this is another good reason not to use substations for miners. Off stream, it was the same deal where it was just like, I get to think less, which is a big benefit. Okay, I think they're all running now. Or this one can't get out, but oh well. It baffles you because I've never done medium pulls before. So it's the difference between thinking about a new way of doing it and having never done the way that is intuitive to you. Oh, these are going the wrong way, aren't they? Oops. Yeah, I gotta replace this guy. This is an issue for me in RuneScape as well, where there might be a more efficient way to grind a skill or a better way to do something, but it requires me doing a new quest or interfacing with content that I'm not familiar with. And sometimes I just want to chill out and do the thing that's familiar. Again, I think this game runs into the pretty hard into the hindsight bias problem that it's hard to remember what it's like to not know how something works. Even me going back and watching old VODs of it, I'm like, what are you doing? How do you not understand belts? Oh my god, they're so obvious. All right. Okay, so I've got a single line of uranium here. I need to go pick up centrifuges, right? I'll see you 8 substations. Probably way more than enough centrifuges. Love that I didn't have to think about those. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't have to bring all of them with me. Sure. And the robots will come. Part of it is like how much you do manually before you automate requires that you already grok the benefit of automation, right? Like if you're proficient with a coding language, you might know, okay, I know what a for loop does, so I know how much time I'm going to save myself if I do this the right way instead of hard coding everything. But in a video game like this, like, kind of have to see what logistics robots are to really grok what they do and why they're so awesome. You can ghost place buildings you don't have on you by having them on one of these hot bars down here. I see what you're saying. So these just take uranium directly? Do I just run them along like I would with, hold on. Run them along like I would with an assembler line, basically? Substations versus not as a Factorio nerd religious war. Sure. One is the good kind and one is the not so good kind. The trash kind. And fast inserters are fine. Uranium processing. CoverX enrichment. So CoverX enrichment is a thing where you feed that back into, like, you get an output from the centrifuges and then you can feed some of that output into another set of centrifuges. to try to reclaim some of the bad fuel and try again, basically. Nuclear fuel. Yeah, I don't know what my sight's going to be at the moment, so this is probably fine for now. Can you use like a setup to make sure that you're separating out the 235 from the 238? Yeah, I'm with you. So all of this should get belted, not chest. Well, I guess I could use a logistics chest for it, right? Because then the bots will move it. So it's at least building up while I'm figuring out what else I'm doing with it. Do I want to have a separate box for each kind of uranium? Hey, there's 238. Okay. Hold up. I think I got it correct now. Centrifuge enrichment generally uses a cascade system where N centrifuges take raw ore to 1% 238. It's faster and easier each stage. You need the most centrifuges for ore, the least for your last step. That makes sense. I guess so long as this belt is still saturated at the end, I can afford to have more centrifuges. Can't believe I lived in a world without construction robots. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's an offense against God to not have them. You now need reactors and 16 heat exchangers. Okay. Pretty cool looking. 2 and 95. Yep, that sounds about right. Steam turbines make sense. Let me fix this guy really quick. Okay, so heat exchangers. Heat pipes. Reactors. Oh god, reactors are nasty. So you only need like a couple of those. I guess I can set it up and then come and limit it immediately. There's no way to further limit how much can go in here, right? It's just going to be max 1 stack. Do they only stack to 10 or something? Turbines. Three stacks of turbines. Oh, if you had no output chest at all, you would build in the assembler. Gotcha. Do that and just tear it down afterward. Okay. You starting to use stuff from the line yet? All right, we are. I guess I burned through all my stash of red circuits here. Makes sense. So I've got like 45 speed 3 modules and 12 productivity 3 modules. Is that enough to see the fun endgame stuff you're talking about, or should I go further than that? Oh, I totally missed that worker robot speed happened. That's cool. Stack inserters. Okay, I'll cut that off then. Well, I'm using the Prod 3 in my labs for now, so I can just have them keep researching. It's done. Suddenly concerned that I have a bottleneck somewhere in my factory, so I'm going to go scope that here in a second. See, that pains me. Bonus on the labs applies to space science going in, right? Yeah, I'm just making more Prod 3 for now. That's fine. Has anything been significantly choked? So I see what you're saying, that normally you don't bust out the copper cables, you just make them on site. I was learning to do that more, that there's some times where it just doesn't make sense to try to bust stuff out. Okay, copper plates seem to be a problem. Why? This copper unload is happening. Getting stuck on each other earlier, maybe? I like blue belts very much. I guess maybe because I'm constantly pulling. This was already an issue before, I assume, and it just wasn't apparent because I didn't have requester chests constantly pulling green circuits for other random crap that I needed. Because I came over here before and like, oh, my belts are saturated. This feels good. Should be. Let me check the loading station, right? I guess it would make sense if I missed the one. I might also need more miners. I might have had some of them run out. Yeah. Oh, the blue belts never went through. Interesting. I just don't have a roboport over here, I guess. I don't. I think we established that for red belts you need, was it like 60 miners to saturate a red belt? How many is it for a blue belt? Like 90? So if I want to use this to place ghosts, I thought about trying to get this to work before. 90, okay. Would that help? The interface option. Pick ghost item if no items available. Thanks. I guess that's not a default because it would be confusing to a new player. Finally filled in all the green holes in my RoboPort network before, but this is too far on the edge for me to have built anything to start with. Yeah. Well, I guess maybe seeing ghosts would make you ask the question about bots. Like, oh, why does it let you plant these little blueprints? That's weird. I get that why they're not there, but exchangers. Man, fuck nuclear reactors. Golly, golly, golly. So why red circuits have slowed down so much? Presumably because copper was slowed down so much earlier. Yeah. So we're not getting enough green circuits coming down line. I did mean to, yeah, because I only need 2 reactors, so I don't want it to fill up with 10 given how expensive it is. Thank you for checking, though. Still feel like I'm not getting as much copper as I ought to be. Oh, okay, thanks. I thought this is what you meant. It would drop one on the ground and it would keep one inside the assembler. But you're saying it can store 2 inside the assembler? Rate of ore mining. Yeah, so I think I fixed an issue, but I must have had it right before? Huh. So why did it get screwed over in the last couple hours, but it was fine basically before stream started? Maybe just miners had died, or maybe it was when the trains got screwed up earlier and I had to fix the intersection. All right. Yeah, I wish there was a production. I feel like the game should be able to calculate like how much everything would be producing if, well, maybe not. Maybe that's too complicated. What production would be if nothing was backed up, right? The furnaces were backed up, right? So maybe that's not a fair ask, but what's going on with rocket fuel? I feel like that slowed down. It's not being used to make satellites anymore because I'm already good on satellites, so something's fucky down here. Crude oil is still fine. Light oil is more than fine. Oh, now petroleum gas is starting to run out. Interesting. Switch to light oil-based solid fuel. Yeah. And then just destroy the old ones for that section of track. Something's always running out. Welcome to operations management. I don't need the caps. I guess that makes sense. Now I need the petroleum for plastic because red circuit bank is dry. Okay. I wonder if it's worth just going through and completely getting rid of these other ones and seeing what happens. Fried garlic sounds awesome. I think so. I don't think I've messed with cracking. Yeah, plastic looks like the belt's full. Plastic's the blue bar. Yeah, I guess it took a bit of a hit. Cracking garlic oil. I know that's bad, but I don't care. It's fine. Petroleum output still not great. A way I can control for that is just keep adding more refineries, or I guess I don't know. How do I know when I should be adding more refineries versus adding more cracking facilities? Oh, really? I'm out of water? That doesn't seem right. Oh, you fucking kidding me? God damn it. That's happened to me so many times with pipes. Yeah. Making sure the other pipes are flowing correctly. So that should increase my petroleum a lot, I think. Cracking and then making solid fuel out of petroleum gives 1/3 the solid fuel as making it directly from light oil. So I don't know that I grok fluid dynamics correctly. Let me think about this question. If I have a line of cracking that happens early in the line, and then at the end of the line, I have a bunch of chemical plants that are converting light oil into solid fuel. The cracking will eventually top off the petroleum, right? And once the petroleum's topped off, the remaining light oil can go down to the solid fuel production and refine. No, because if petroleum is topped off, that stops how much light oil I'm getting from the refineries in the first place. So how do you load balance that? That seems complicated. I've already set up cracking to be a last resort option that only kicks in if light oil is full. I don't think I did actually, unless if that happened automatically. I used cables to tell heavy oil to only crack into light oil if there's more than 20K in the tank, so that most of it would go to lubricant. But I didn't do something similar for light oil. Is that just using cables? I don't think I've ever done that. I've only ever had the heavy coil set up. So I could set that up if that's how we want to handle it. Basically the same premise of have a light oil tank over here and then run a cable to the chemical plant. Or, I'm sorry, a cable from the tank to the pump that sends it to the chemical plants. No, I don't think so. There's the original. I mean, it's rebuilt from before, but I only ever made the one wire. Nothing for light oil. Just use the same cables. Okay. That's cool. That makes sense. I can set that up. I don't think it was necessary at the time for anything, so. Because I wasn't using light oil for anything else, right? The only thing I could have used it for was, I guess, rocket fuel. I wish that these worked a little differently. It's fine. Oops. And The pump is going in the direction of these cracking facilities, so there needs to be a couple lines of pipe, right? So I already had one, that's fine. Greater than 20K, same deal. Okay, I get it now. Cool. So that behavior means that I could set up any number of light oil chemical plants down here, get rid of all of the petroleum-based ones, and it will make more petroleum when it needs it. Well, no, I think that's right. As long as you don't cap on petroleum as well, right? Could add a separate set of petroleum-based solid fuel makers behind a third pump set to activate as if petroleum is full, and the system will fully self-balance. I think I understand what you're saying, but give me a second here to try to put this together. I need to have room for the inserter. How many of these do I have right now? 15. 6. It's fine, and I'll make a petroleum one at the end. Yeah, but I'm with what you're saying. You could make it so that it fully automates. It's always making sure that it's getting used for something useful, basically. Yeah, I understand the pump cables now. When you first showed them to me forever ago, I was just like, what? What is any of this? It's like, I'll just trust you and put in the numbers you say. I know the gaps here are dumb, but you can worry about it later. This is fine. That's more like it. Wow, it was great for a little bit there. Assume that's more than enough. Okay, back to figuring out nuclear. Yeah, it's honestly, I think that's kind of bizarre because it seems like the wiring system is not necessary for so much of like the core loop of just playing through the game to beat it. But it's pretty important for that. And I think we used it for one other thing. Oh yeah, kicking on the boilers when the solar panel accumulators ran out. But that, I would even say that that's definitely optional. Shit. Stop that. I think I got all the materials I need here. Two nuclear reactors. Is there any reason I would want more than two going forward? Yeah, because you need water for the steam turbines, right? Ooh, it's trying. Yikes. Okay, so four reactor build is triple the power of a two reactor build. Interesting. So it starts with a reactor, and then the heat exchangers and the steam turbines are all connected to that. I'm wondering how far away. I guess it doesn't really matter. Closest to the water, right? And the reason you need dedicated pumps over here instead of tapping into existing water supply is you use a shitload of water for this. I want the reactors to be adjacent. Not space between the reactors, right? Two banks of 8 heat exchangers. They can all just be adjacent to one another, basically. These are outputting steam, right? And the heat pipes are going to run from the reactors. I see. Normally you would have turbines for each one. But won't the pipes equalize all of the steam so I can just spread the turbines out as much as I like? Oh, adjacent reactors get a 100% output bonus per adjacent reactor. Okay. Okay. And then what are the heat the heat exchangers connect in the center? Like so, basically. And are these guys already exchanging heat with each other? Run into pipe throughput issues if you spread the turbines too far out. Okay. Trying to give myself some more room to work here. Okay. Turbines, right? I end up using all 30 of them. You want to have them be as far or as close as possible to the pipes. So 16 total, basically. Oh, chain to turbines. Okay. Gotcha. Sure. Can you technically use steam like this as soon as you get boilers? I didn't realize that it was like passing through things like this. How long should the bank run? Okay, it goes straight up from the pipe, basically. Above and below. 15 per side. Normally it's 16. Okay, I see what you're saying. This is fine if ugly. Presumably. And one tile too high, but I'm gonna not think about it for now. I just want to see how this works. Okay, and then the turbines being connected into the electricity network is what has them provide power to everything else, right? They don't need electricity to run. That's just, this is what's producing the power. And then you need uranium fuel cells. Turbines make the power. So how do I get to uranium fuel cell from, hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. Interesting. Normal circumstances, is this an assembler? In batches of 10. So I could make an assembler over, not that I want to automate this completely, but I could make one here with requester chests to then pass the fuel cells into the reactor, right? Okay. Just making sure I understand the idea here. You take the spent fuel out of the, I guess first of all, do these share the fuel? Or am I only loading one reactor right now and I need to have two of these set up? So I wonder if one assembler is fine and then just have a belt that runs. and take spent fuel from each. And spent fuel just gets put in a box and can be used for something else some other time. Assembler's enough for a silly number of reactors. Okay. Still in the network over here. All right, so now they're running, right? And you said I need to get inserters to get the fuel out. And spent fuel, do I have a technology to like repurpose that? Fuel reprocessing. So you do that in a centrifuge. Okay. See their temperature increasing. Oh, 166. Don't press the AZ5 button. 100% neighborhood bonus. Gotcha. When it gets to 500, they start generating power. So can I just pass that down to another line of centrifuges, basically? I see. And then they have to sustain the reaction. That's kind of a cool mechanic, so... You want to keep your reactors running. You don't want them to just shut down. Gotcha. That's cool. I like that. One reprocessing centrifuge is fine, so I probably don't even need a box here. I can just plop a centrifuge over here. Cool to 500 degrees. Stop making power and sit there. Okay, that's cool. I'm excited to see them finish powering up here. Can these things explode? Like, I imagine they can if you shoot them, but like just from misuse, basically. Take over 3 minutes to use every fuel cell. Interesting. What's operating temperature? Above 800 Celsius? Oh, cool. I can see the temperature of the pipes. That's cool. Above 500. I noticed that... Oh, here we go. I noticed that there's other technology that, like, pipes will tell you what the temperature of crude oil is. Does that ever matter, or did it matter at some point? Say reach 1,000, they stop heating further and fuel is wasted. Fuel doesn't scale with consumption on its own. Okay. Do I have a balancing issue with steam right now? Or is it just going to get better as the temperature continues to climb here? Though there wasn't a steam resource separately before. Well, I just wonder, like, let me see if I have any pipes near here to demonstrate what I'm talking about. I guess I've got the, yeah, sulfuric acid temperature, 25C. I'm like, that's weird. Does that actually change ever? Boilers are water pass-throughs, steam engines stuck in hot water. I see. Needed boilers to heat water fast enough to get it boiling as it flowed past. It's a good thing walking past the heat exchanger doesn't, like, burn your feet. Fluid temperatures don't change and they don't matter in vanilla. Interesting. That's something like mods take advantage of. Power output 0. So I'm showing full steam here. Are they not turning because I don't have any power needs because my solar network is dealing with all of that? So, why did I have to wire the boilers? Turbines only kick in if your solar panels don't generate enough. Why did I have to wire the boilers to work that way, but these ones to kind of do that behavior automatically? Oh, okay. That's why. Because at night, right. The thing I wired was to keep the accumulators discharging before the boilers kicked on. Okay, I see what you're saying. I apparently missed a rocket launch. How much is worker robot speed 7? A lot, it turns out. Okay. So I guess maybe that's a reason to get some of the cheaper upgrades first. So just focusing on one over and over forever. Is the mining productivity upgrade worthwhile? 160 megawatts. It's a lot, given how easy that was to do and how it's also basically free, right? And you would increase that just by increasing the number of adjacent reactors. Do you place them so that there's 4 in a block to get the maximum neighborhood bonus, or is it just if they're next to one other one or chained together? Mining productivity is the top choice for long-term infinite research. Huh. Oh, I was actually going to ask if it burned through the ore patches faster, so the bonus ore that it produces is just extra? I see. Gotta wait until nighttime. Well, I'll do mining speed first and then do the robot speed. I do want to get robot speed up, though. Does increased robot speed also technically affect their range? I could deactivate all this crap now. Up to like 30 productivity 3 and 45 speed 3. 2x2 is 50% more ore efficient. Okay. A 2x2 reactor is 480 megawatts. Man, that's nuts. See what you're saying. Okay, so I feel like I probably have enough of these productivity modules to start exploring the shenanigans you were talking about. So Where should I be using these guys? It's speed and productivity, right? Trying so hard in these green circuits. Takes up space. Get another launch soon here. I'm just going to use robots to supply it. Is that fine, or should I use belts to really see how awesome it is? Line of beacons, a gap of 2 tiles, then a line of assemblers offset by 1 tile. Okay, I'm probably just going to have to draw it, and you're going to have to correct me. Give me a sec to grab those. How long is the line? 10? So is the line of assemblers like above or below the beacons? Oh wait, no, the stagger. I think I see. Oh, did I place 20 by mistake? Oops. I think we crafted 20. Right, I forgot that the stack combines. 2 tiles away, and I guess what I'm trying to do is getting them under the influence of multiple beacons, right? So like 1, 2, and then here. So it's like just barely touching the overlap spot, is that right? Okay. And then all of these guys get speed modules or productivity modules? I have room to put chests in front of the beacons here and inserters. Can benefit from 4 beacons if misaligned. Oh, beacons only take speed modules. Oh, I think I can see their distance here, so this one's benefiting from this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. Could put an efficiency, but why would you? Oh, that's kind of cool that you can see the little modules. There's little ports to plug them in. That's awesome. Okay, so those are all done. Oh wait, did I put the wrong kind on? Oops. We want 3, right? I don't think I can just replace these directly, can I? Oh, I can. Nice. Yeah. I gotcha. And then is it all productivity on the assemblers? I guess I should decide what I want to make here. Something that the bots can get quickly, I guess. Or something that takes a really long time to make. Oh, a second line of beacons opposite the assemblers. All right, so I might have to move this whole thing to fit it in the grid. Okay, I'll try red circuits. Although I think I have issues, like I could do red circuits, but I think I have issues on the input for them. Well, maybe I'm okay. When do I start running out of... Oh, I guess I'm not running out of copper cables. Oh. Okay, I'll just do that then. The second line of beacons is doubling this up. That's insane. Oh, but those need to be one tile down, don't they? Yeah, we'll try red circuits. Why not? You now benefit from 8 speed 3 beacons. I don't need a gap on both sides for bot-based versions. Sure, because you could put the chests on the other side. 3 productivity 3 modules and everything. Or 4. Oh shit, I didn't realize it went up to 4. Because it didn't make quite enough for proof of concept, but we'll still see how cool it is for the early ones that have 4. Okay. It's very exciting. Assume I want stack inserters for everything here. Because it's going to be fast, right? See what my bots accomplish. So is this basically a way to take advantage of the insane throughput from getting your mining productivity up really high? Whoa, look how fast that thing's spinning. That's pretty great. And productivity lets it create extra free modules, basically. That's what the pink bar is below the green bar. Can't get more than 40% productivity. It's stacking all those prod modules slows down the machines to 40% speed, so they won't make much. The speed modules make the machine super fast, and you still get 40% free stuff. And I guess the free stuff is a pretty big deal. Yeah, this is awesome. So is this a lot of the endgame optimization process is just automating the production of shitloads and shitloads of speed 3 modules and productivity 3 modules? Because they seem like they're a pain in the butt to make. You always need more circuits. You stack up 40% free stuff on every intermediate in the factory, you get a massive boost in the end products from your raw inputs. I see. So like having this set up on copper cables would be pretty nutty because you get a downstream benefit. And then if you do it again on green circuits, you're still getting a downstream benefit and everything that uses those. So if you had this set up for copper cables, green circuits, and red circuits, anything that uses red circuits is now benefiting from a massive increase in total productivity. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, is he trying to build this? This is the right shape too. Oh, you can use it in science assemblers. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially with the way science works and how if you're doing infinite tech, you're always needing more science, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for showing me that. That's really cool. What's the deal with space science? So I have like a science backup here. I feel like I would have gotten more than 4% mining productivity from that last launch. Oh God, what the fuck happened to my blue science? No. Oh Jesus. Where'd all the red circuits go? How long has this been a problem? Oh, this fucking chest. Oh, fuck you, because of the other things I'm doing. Oops. Wow. Okay. Well, I could... Also, it seems like my Southeast plastic production shit the bed at some point. Yeah. Tempted to sit here and try to bring in some requester chests to clean this problem up a little bit. Hold on. I can't do that. I guess I can put it along this top belt. Dude, I made that belt protection thing finally off stream, and then I immediately upgraded my armor, and equipping the belt protection prevented me from getting one extra exoskeleton. I wish they had a thing that lets you combine it with the exoskeleton or something, since it barely takes up any space, but it's enough to matter, you know? Make a nuclear bomb. That's better. Oh, I gotta fix this fuck up too. There we go. So productivity module 3s is the reduction in speed, usually like almost offsetting the additional productivity. And you're eating speed in exchange for free product, essentially. Make a nuclear bomb. Explosives 30 to 35. All right, let me go find out. Excuse me, I could shut it down temporarily. Because it's only if the reactors keep eating fuel even if the turbines aren't turning. now it's working at night. Production. Okay, that's nice. So that kept the accumulators from having to burn charge, which would help if I'm using like laser turrets all over the place and sending out my entire bot fleet. Oh, dang. That's a problem. So what's the best way to deal with having an excess of 238 like this? Just pass it into another chest and chain them, basically? Or just put it on a belt and have the belt pick everything up out of these chests? Or I guess could I use buffer chests for this purpose? Yeah, cover X would take a while. Depleted uranium ammo would be nice. It's oh, it's just red ammo and 238. Okay. So I could just upgrade my existing ammo. Oh, but it's a pretty long craft per. Okay. Handcrafting it isn't great. I'm enjoying it very much so far. Close to the end. Launched the rocket, but I'm kind of just checking out some of the post-game stuff here. 1000C. A line of machines converting red ammo. Guess I could set up the new red circuit machines with the beacons to do that. How much do bots attempt to preload for an assembler when you copy the recipe over? Do they like do that recipe times 10 or times 100 or something? Okay, now give me a sec. They do enough to run the machine for 30 seconds. And do they go to try to resupply the chest at the moment that it runs out, or are they constantly trying to resupply the chest if it's below the 30-second threshold? Okay, so now I can build up 235 in this chest here. Too bad I didn't catch that a little bit sooner, but what are you gonna do? Holy crap, I made a shocking amount of fuel cells here. I constantly resupply, but the requested amount always includes any deliveries en route. So if materials moving a long distance, you may need to manually increase requests to keep production steady. I see. Really? Just that stack there? Huh. This game gives you a lot of good intuition for like fossil fuels and solar and nuclear energy. I mean, obviously it's abstracted, but you kind of get a sense of just the ridiculous amount of energy that's in coal and why people are struggling so hard to abandon fossil fuels. Okay, I'll let that build up. I'm just curious if there's anything else I want to set up here before we call it. Make sure my blue science is all fixed. I think we're good. Probably want to set this to request an infinite amount of space science, right? So that I don't risk having a wasted reactor launch. How's this guy running? Well, pretty fast. It's all covered. Yeah, doesn't hurt if that's the only purpose of the box. Oh, sure. So it's making rocket parts. Okay, I see. Did I deactivate my productivity module thing over here? No, it's just insanely slow. I haven't made one in the time I've been messing around here. Oh wait, no, it did. Okay, never mind. Forgot. I guess I'll keep these running in case I keep playing off stream. I might be able to get me up to 4 on everything up top. Oh god, when I changed the recipe, did I lose all of the prod module 3s? Hold on. Totally did. Oops. That's a bunch of wasted resources. Wait, maybe not? Why can't I place these now? Can only be used in intermediate products. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. I had a burner inserting things into boxes. Can I go even faster? Doesn't seem like it actually makes it. Is it like at a diminishing returns point there? Yeah, they're just in my inventory now. Let's change this to... kind of want to see how much damage these things do. Probably have some biters to deal with soon anyway. Yeah. You need to up your requests if you want to feed them. Right now, the requester chests are emptying. So just increase the counts, basically. Maybe not that much, since it's multiple chests. There's no quick way to just raise those, right? Guess this is probably a good way to burn through the shitty uranium. Yeah. I just didn't want to dump the existing chests, so I don't think I have the space for them. I guess I did. Oh, that still works here? Okay. I thought that was only passing recipes from assemblers, but that makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought that shift click trick was a assembler specific thing. Yeah. Copy train schedules. Wow. Why would you even want the infinite text for like bullet damage? I guess maybe the final tier biters are a lot nastier. Good lord. That's ridiculous. Especially with the extra movement speed, I could just kill everything on the map. And then have to deal with the really, really nasty biters. Behemoths, you're calling them? Really? So the final tier biters are just stupid strong compared to everything else up to that point? Are most players going to launch the rocket before they start to spawn? Like, long before they start to spawn? For me, is it just because I transitioned to electric furnaces and green modules and everything? I'd almost like fucking just solo them. Who even needs turrets? About to find out who needs turrets. I need turrets. They die fast, but it's so hard to shoot them all. Oh wait, no, not really. Oh boy. I mean, it's not as fast, but it's less thinking. Who rushes a rocket without making more of a factory than they need to get the job done will never see a behemoth. Lost a turret. Yeah, I understand why you would use lasers now. I would definitely construct everything and do everything completely different if I started a new game. I would try to keep my initial base with as small of a footprint as humanly possible, so it would be easier to defend. And there's a lot of techs that, like I said, I'm really bummed that the military tech is so sandboxy. I wish that the combat, it's like it's at a point where it's so shallow that it almost doesn't need to exist. Although I really like that there is something you have to solve for that's connected to your pollution. I think that's really elegant. I feel like it would almost be contrary to what Factorio is all about if they were like, okay, now there's biters that you need to use flames to kill, and here's a thing that you need to nuke, you know? Because didn't the game originally give you reasons to actively seek out and kill them and get rid of them? Play for 20 hours, and start over and play for 200. Go with personal laser defense, 3 or 4 for your armor. Personal laser defense. Like 3 or 4, you said? Turn into a walking laser turret. Yeah, I guess I think I would like it if I had to do everything in the military tree. And I think that I say that now that the game is, I'm at the end game and it's safe. I would probably hate that early on if I really needed to get flamethrowers to not get overridden by biters that only take fire damage. That would be terrible. But I feel like if they gave you, if it wasn't free play and it was some kind of campaign and there were parts of the map that you had to visit, right? And the only way to visit them was to get past the flame, weak against fire biters or the need to launch a nuke biters. I didn't know, but I have enough on hand, I think, that I can craft a few of these. Oh no, it's 5 laser turrets each. Yikes. I can do that real quick. Thanks. Oops, almost walked into a train. I can't believe it took like 80 hours for that to finally happen. Oh, womp womp, Leon. It's a bummer. Ooh, 5. Yikes. Yeah, if I had caught that a little bit earlier, I think I would have had 30. Is there anything you could do to improve the rate at which you're getting 235, or is that's what Coverx is and it takes a long time to spin up? It's based on a real world process, kind of, sort of, right? Coverx enrichment. Where it's like you're using the reactivity of good uranium to like fire neutrons at the shitty uranium and make it into good uranium. Very, very loosely. I mean, of course, it's a video game, but that's cool that they've even bothered. Okay, well that helps me to understand why everyone is so stoked on the idea of thorium reactors. Because if you can get it running, you don't need the expensive, hard to make kind of thorium. You convert the non-fissile uranium into plutonium. Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, this is putting the laser turrets on me. Oops. Get out of here. Saying like 5 of these will be good for me to see the effects. Yeah, I kind of wish they'd redo the assemblers. We were talking about this in Discord a bit, but like it's the most important machine in the game. It is the factory in Factorio. I guess I don't know what they could look like, or if anyone's like posted a fan mock-up or something like that. Wow, yeah, I got a lot of this pretty early. Yeah, I was thinking I was originally planning to go until an hour over we normally do, but I think we're about tapped out of unique content, other than stuff that would take more than an hour. So I might have to skip the nuclear bomb. But I assume it's just a single rocket that will completely annihilate a biter nest. They never posted concept art for the now canceled design. That's too bad. I should have made one more. Can I make one? Handcraft one? I can. Single, really, 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 really long range rocket. Is it a big AoE burst too? Whoa! That's pretty neat. Man, I don't even have to press any buttons? You're telling me? Fuck the biters. Maybe I can rush forcing. Do you get behemoth ones the instant it gets to 90%, or does it take them a second to start researching that? Yeah, absolutely. And I guess with the personal fusion reactor, like. It's a power spike, but not one that's going to be a big issue necessarily. The number that are available to fight, I assume, goes up. The who even needs turrets anymore? As the score goes up. They only consume energy after they fire. Right. This is only an endgame thing. Have they considered adding additional power armor levels? Like, that would be a cool infinite tech upgrade, I think. Where it's the same thing, but it just has an extra module slot or something for every tech step. I see. Oh, really? You shoot your gun out of a vehicle too? I thought I was, yeah. So these will take rocket fuel. Will they take the nuclear fuel? Oh, but I have to load the guns separately. Okay. I think my car is actually slower, or takes a while to get up to the same speed as my exoskeletons. Put them in Spidertrons, and the equipment grid is big. So, could you make a Spidertron that's like full of lasers, construction bots to repair itself, and then just send it on a patrol path around your base, lasering everything to death and healing itself? I guess the question is, can you make it completely safe and self-sustaining, or do you run into the issue where you could risk it having an unlucky spider nest that just kills it? You can't set them to patrol, though, can you? You just tell them where to go. They can't, like, move on a loop. Oh my god. It hurts that I was doing it the other way. I know that people have been saying that for a long time, but going around and slowly turret hopping. The fact that I was doing it without, like, 8 stacked exoskeletons was bad enough. I wish my brain wasn't so broken from an RTS perspective that being interrupted by getting attacked or sitting and spending the time to build defenses that I can't be sure are going to work didn't fuck with me so bad. It's a serious problem for me in video games. Train full of artillery wagons is a better patrol option. And you can have them, like, stop it. You can have, like, a factory that's making new shells for them and have them stop there to get reloaded occasionally so that they're constantly nuking things. Artillery range is an infinite research option. I guess, assume you need something like that in the late game. Like, if you're really trying to do crazy post-game mega bases, you need the territory, I assume. Where are we at? Oh god, that's so slow. I don't think I'm going to hit it to see the behemoth worms, but that was still fun. Thank you for recommending the laser defense. That was pretty incredible. Big fan. Nah, but I don't think I'm going to get enough of the uranium in time to do it. Yeah, thanks for showing it to me. It was enjoyable. I'm glad that there ended up being enough time with my off-stream play that the rocket was like an hour. And there's been tons of time for just about everything else. I accidentally fueled the reactor for 12 hours instead. I didn't realize how much it was pulling. I don't know that I'm going to play too much more off stream. If I were, it would probably be to go for the Lazy Bastard achievement, because that actually sounds pretty fun. Borderline seems like the way the game should encourage you to play anyway. Like I've said before, I feel like handcrafting in this game is too good for a blind player. Like, even though the name of the game is Factorio and like the point is to build factories, it's not that handcrafting is amazing. 'Cause obviously, handcrafting is like automating stuff is exponentially better. But it feels good enough for a long enough time that it feels kind of like limping, and I don't know how you would fix that. Sulfur, really? What's happening there? Is this a box issue? Oh, it's a petroleum gas issue. Why, though? I feel like I just got to connect my other gas network into there. Let me do that while I'm thinking about it. It sucks that I have my blue science in a completely different area from the rest of it. Thanks, robots, I guess. And that new belt pathing is so nice, where it automatically places the undergrounds. I wish it could do that around obstacles for pipes. So I really don't want it running directly along my substation network. It's my bad. Whatever. It's fine. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oops. Let me try to get it off there now. Oh shit, did I fuck it up here somewhere? Car! Game on! So I gotta go this way eventually anyway. Okay. Oops. You happy now? I feel like if you zoom way in, and if you're standing near it, you can hear the sound. That's been pretty helpful for me to figure out if there's a pipe problem. Here we go. That should get Blue Science back on track. Just curious what's going on with uranium, and I think we'll probably wrap up. It's always more to optimize. Oh, it's like 11 more. I gotta get a bunch of really good rolls on these frickin' centrifuges. Cannot build on deep water, huh? Yeah, move the speed molecules. Hello, train. So I could have just thrown speed module 1 in there, whatever. It's fine. Let's go. You ended up not making enough. That's it. Oh, and there. I think all my little baby construction bots are too far away to help here. There we go. Yeah. I screwed that up earlier. It's too bad. 9 more. I'm gonna go for it. 8 more. 1 in 100 drop rate? That's nothing. Just a little bit faster than the bots. Does the worker robot speed space science upgrade affect your personal robots too? 12 robot legs. What's the power looking like? I think this spike is when I did a giant blueprint that put concrete all across my base. 8 more. I'm gonna hold out for it. I kind of want to end on the nuke. I think that would be fun. Missing materials for construction. Oops. Get the most compelling possible Factorio content of sitting here and staring at this belt and waiting for a light green ore to pop up. Throw down. I'm guessing that beacons don't work on these things. Or that they're already at their speed cap right now. More speed won't help me. Would production modules plus speed help? Oh, if I'm already burning through all the ore, then it's fine. I see what you're saying. Would that make it so that if they produce a 235 that they would produce more than one? Or no, it would make it so that they output an ore more often and then there's a roll each time. And then the speed modules from the beacons can help offset the penalty for that, right? I can't control click, unfortunately. I did try. Two more. Getting there. Yeah, I'm getting free die rolls. Like it's every time this purple thing fills up, it's gonna roll the dice and either give me a shitty uranium or a good one, right? It's not that whenever it would get a good one, it would give me 2. One more. Come on. Bright green. Let's go. Hey, there it is. Okay. Got one extra, actually. So, nuclear bomb, 30 uranium-235, 10 rocket control units, 10 explosives. What's up here? Let's handcraft a nuclear bomb, no big D. Oh, it must have just launched. Good timing then, I suppose. Ten more. It's a funny crafting recipe for it. I guess it makes sense. All right, we got enough of those. Now I just need the explosives. Here we go. And that just uses the rocket launcher, right? Yeah, I think I may have ran through a green area when I first requested them and confused them or something. Sweet. Okay. Nuke. Yeah, I just did. So how do I launch it? Do I have to like face a certain direction or destroys cliffs? Well, that's convenient. Gotta take out forest too. Say goodbye to the trees. Out of range. Okay. Whoa! Nice. That was awesome. Oh, does it leave a permanent scar on the landscape too? They don't model radiation in this game at all, I assume, right? It scars the landscape. Fantastic. Cool. That's a good way to stop. Factorio's been really fun. I'm glad that we went ahead and did about 40 hours of off-stream play for it. We came in really close. As far as on-stream, we did about 43 hours. I'm a little short of it since we're wrapping a bit earlier today. But I had a good time with it.